I'm a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
I'm 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 a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain. When you play one of us, you play all of us.
3-0, the #1 ranked team in the area, the #1 ranked team in the state. That's Highland Park's resume through 3 games. But the real season starts tonight as the Scots look to capture their state record 61st District Championship. It's the Highland Park Scots and the Bryan Adams Cougars, presented by Game On Sports.
Repeated as state champions. It's coming home.
It never left, and it's staying right where it belongs.
Go! Sinclair went to the end zone. Touchdown, Scott! He's got a receiver. It's caught by
Hello, everyone. I'm Miles Dunklin, joined once again by the coach, Eric Cunningham. As for the second consecutive week, Highland Parks takes their show on the road to begin district play here at Forrester Field in Dallas. The Scots escaped by the skin of their teeth against a very talented Frisco Lone Star team last week, thanks to the boot of Hudson Clark, as the senior cornerback was asked to kick the game-winning field goal as time expired at Frisco Memorial Stadium. Coach Eric Cunningham, that was a battle of the #1 and 4 ranked teams in the state. Highland Park has to feel really good about themselves coming off that game. Yes, the offense didn't explode, but they felt like they left a lot of points out there, and they have to feel great about their defense. That's now kind of reminding us of a 2016 Scott defense.
Yeah, you know, Miles, anytime you can go on the road on a Thursday night against a quality opponent, you know it's going to be a great matchup. And, you know, the offense is not always going to be clicking, so when that happens, what needs to take place, the defense has got to step up. And, Miles, you and I were talking today about how this defense is just getting better and better as the season progresses, and that's scary because these guys were good when the season started, and they showed it last week. They were flying all over the place, and to hold a Lone Star team, a very talented Lone Star team, to only 7 points was extremely impressive. But to go on the road, get a win, a hard-fought win against a quality opponent and an opponent that the Scots very well could see in the third round of the playoffs has to be exciting for this coaching staff.
Absolutely, and here they start district play. I want to get your thoughts on this district overall, Coach Cunningham. A couple teams that you're very familiar with in these Mansfield schools, Legacy, and then DISD, the likes of Sunset, Bryan Adams, Woodrow Wilson, the opponent tonight here in Bryan Adams. What's your thoughts as the Scots begin district play here in 2018?
Well, you know, anybody that looks at it that has any knowledge of high school football is probably going to say, look, this is a very top-heavy district. That the top 4 teams in, Highland Park, both Mansfield schools, and then Lancaster, obviously, are really slated to make the playoffs. And then you've got the 4 DISD schools. But here's the deal, Miles. You've still got to take care of business. You've got to come on the road. You've got to execute. Tonight's a night that the weather's going to be a little hairy, probably going to rain, could have a delay here and there. You've just got to come out and take care of business on the road against a team that you know is not near as talented as you are in Bryan Adams.
What do you think the Scots' focus is here tonight? This is a team in Bryan Adams, Coach Cunningham, they're 0-3. They have not played good competition, and they have not been competitive,
I'd say,
so far.
Yep, I'd say 3 things, Miles, 3 things. Thanks for bringing that up. First of all, you want to come in and get off to a quick start. You know you're the superior team. You want to come in and get off to a great start. Number 2, you want to execute, and execute early. yeah, there's a game plan still going into this game. Coach Allen and his staff want to see these young men not take anybody for granted and be sharp and execute. And then thirdly, and maybe most importantly, you want to get out of here healthy to as you make your way into this district race.
Right. What would you see as a couple keys tonight? And I'm not even going to say to victory. I think we all probably realize the Scots are going to come out of here with the win tonight, Coach Cunningham. But what are the Scots looking for that they would constitute as success in this game tonight? Give me a couple things.
Well, again, I know it sounds very broad, but execution, up front, they should control the line of scrimmage here on both sides of the ball, so they need to do that. And then the other thing that I really think the Scots coaching staff is anxious to see is, that to run the football effectively and see some of these guys that maybe don't get a ton of playing time, they're going to get an opportunity tonight, and they want to see how well these guys can execute, because as you go through the district race and into the playoffs, certainly you need to see some of that depth, because it's going to come into play as the season progresses. So I would say really those two things.
As we see the presentation of the colors here at Forrester Stadium here in DISD, we'll pause for the national anthem here in just a moment. Scots did have a couple injuries last week. No more Andrew Bonnet and Benner Page going to sit this one out. So excited to see some of these young Scott running backs. We're going to see guys like Avery Lewis, Hunter Heath, a little bit of Bennett Brown, and that should be a really good look for the Scots. As we're going to pause here for the presentation of the colors and the national anthem. We are about ready for some football here from Forrester Stadium. Coach Cunningham, big win for the Scots last week. Let's reflect on that one a little bit more here. And the Scots really felt like offensively, they left some points out there. They only scored 10 points, and yes, they won the game, but they were a little disappointed in their performance and feel like they have a lot to improve on still.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked to a couple of the coaches, and both of them were on the offensive side, and they said they felt like they left a good 25 to 30 points out there. And so, again, very quality opponent in Lone Star. Give them credit. But the Scots, when they went back and watched the film, they felt like they did. They left a lot out there. They didn't necessarily execute as well as they wanted to offensively, which is encouraging, Miles, when you don't execute.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when you don't execute perfectly, but you still are able to win the game on the road on a Thursday night, had one less day to prepare against a high-quality opponent. That's a big-time victory for the Scotties.
What do you think their preparation was like this week? They know the opponent is not the same as the three teams they've played. In fact, they're going to have a couple consecutive weeks here against DISD schools. What was the Scots' focus this week?
That's a great question. When I was coaching, Miles, we would clamp it down a little harder in practice because you knew you had to get that work in against a quality opponent, which in this week was probably right across the field from you in practice.
As Finn Corwin takes the opening kickoff. A little bit of space down the right sideline, driven down there. And the Scots will set up shop at the 38-yard line.
We would always ramp it up a little bit more, to be honest with you, Miles, in practice. That way, we would go a little more live. Again, and Coach Allen's done this a long time, Miles. He knows how to get these guys motivated, but you just don't want them to become complacent knowing that they're going in and playing an opponent that's just not as talented as you are.
Let's go ahead and set that Scott offense, starting with their captain and Rice commit Reagan Riddle at left tackle. Ryan Butts is the left guard. Tyler Kilgus is the center. Jack Rourke is the right guard, and Harrison Hall is the starting right tackle. At receiver, you got Drew Dodge starting at one outside receiver with Finn Corwin and Ben Smith in the slot, and then Drew Scott, the other outside receiver. As what's the delay here, Coach Cunningham? Scots took the field ready to go, and Coach Allen was out there doing some coaching. They have not started the play clock. Bryan Adams was ready to go as well. What could be the reason?
Miles, to be honest, I don't know, bud. I'm trying to figure this out myself. Got a little confusion over here. The officials are communicating here with the coaches of Bryan Adams.
You think, Coach, they try to get this thing in as quickly as possible, considering there is impending rain and lightning. Waiting on the chain crew is the word we're getting now.
Yeah, now that I look over there, that's exactly what they're waiting on. Well, you know, everything's a little out of whack here tonight, Miles. Number one, the weather, and obviously they moved the game up from 7:30 to 6 o'clock. And, you know, it just sometimes throwing your timing off a little bit, and that affects the chain crew as well sometimes.
The whole thing's thrown off, Coach Cunningham. We're sitting here in the top row of the stands, typically doing this from the press box, of course, but not tonight. It's Chandler Morris ready to go. Flip it right side. There is Drew Scott, talented junior. Drew had a catch last week against Lone Star for 9 yards, 2 touchdowns on the season. Both came against Rockwall in the opener.
And it looks like that Bryan Adams is going to give some space to this Scott receiving core. You know, going into the game, they weren't sure if they were going to come up and press them. They didn't know if they were going to give them 5, 10, even 15 yards of a cushion. But it looks like, you know, it may be different from one play to the next, Miles Dunklin. They may come up and press them one hand, and, you know, one play, and the very next they may give them a little 10 yards to work with.
Now our referee, Grady Dale, blowing a whistle. Everything seems to be out of whack tonight. Hard to get this thing started. And now at the ball at the 49-yard line, Chandler Morris ready for it. Going to put it in the belly of Avery Lewis. And Lewis, solid. First down pickup up the middle. Hard-working senior is Avery Lewis. Got a chance to talk to head coach, or rather running back coach Ryan Gibbs about Lewis. And, you know, Coach, one of the cool things about Avery, kind of a career B-teamer, and here he is getting a varsity start.
Well, he deserves it. He's a great kid and a hard-working kid, and he'll run the football hard, Miles. That's what Coach Gibbs said. Is, look, hey, he's going to shock some people. Not a very big guy, but he'll run hard, and he is not afraid to stick his head in between the tackles.
Scots have 3 receivers to the left all day for Morris as he drops it down to his outlet. Avery Lewis, Drew Scott threw a big block on that play on Brown. Now, for Bryan Adams, Coach Cunningham, they just don't have a lot of kids in the program. It's really a problem for them, participation. Their head coach told me that last year they only had 19 kids go out for the football team as freshmen.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It really is. This is a school that's got a lot of tradition and a lot of different sports. You hate to see that.
They run the option. There's Avery Lewis once again, getting a nice block out there from Finn Corwin. And Lewis has a first down off the left side, running behind guys like Reagan Riddle and Ryan Butts.
Well, great job right there by Finn Corwin of not getting the block in the back penalty. That was going to be really close. He waited just to the right time to where he did not block in the back. We're going to have a great view of it right here. Great job of, that was really close, but I think he got the shoulder instead of the back. But a great job there by Chandler Morris of reading that D in and pitching it perfectly. The timing was very good on that play.
Scott's playing with a lot of confidence here against Bryan Adams. Going deep, there's a wide open Finn Corwin who will walk into the end zone. 37-yard touchdown strike.
Well, that's pitch and catch, brother. That's too easy.
How about the last 2 weeks for Finn Corwin, Coach Cunningham?
He's on fire, isn't he?
He has been dominant. 17 catches for 339 yards and 4 touchdowns. Make it 5 touchdowns for Finn Corwin.
Well, you're not going to get any easier than that right there. First of all, the big fellas up front are giving Chandler the opportunity to sit there and just pat the football, and he can just do whatever he wants and survey the field. And pretty simple route, right up the seam, football right on the money for 6.
Corwin going to stay in the game to hold as Wesley Winters puts it through. Deep snap there by Kip Miller, and the Scots lead it 7-0. And just a minute 22 off the clock. Now, if you're head coach Sean Lawrence, Coach Cunningham, and I'll put you in his shoes down there, what's your approach for the Highland Park Scots?
Well, that's a tough
Hard
one.
question.
That's a tough one. You know, you just want to see effort out of your kids, and you don't want to see them quit. You just want to see effort. You feel for them. You know that you're playing the #1 ranked team in the area and the state right now, a team that's playing really good, coming off back-to-back state championships. So you want to see effort, and that's from the opening kick to the last snap. No matter what the score is, give it your best shot. It'll be a great, life learning lesson for these young men, knowing that they're going into a game that they're not going to win, but just give it all you have, and let's see what happens at the end.
I was really impressed with Sean Lawrence. He gave me about 20 minutes of his time this week talking about the different challenges involved coaching here at Bryan Adams, and especially going up against an opponent like Highland Park.
It's a whole different ball of wax than what the Scotties are accustomed to.
Wesley Winters continues to show off an impressive leg with a short approach, and nice hit there made by Marshall Reynolds, backup middle linebacker.
Miles, I'll tell you what, I have the utmost respect for the coaches that do come to a program like this knowing that it's going to be an uphill battle, and they continue to go out there and fight with these young men each and every day. There's a lot of respect that I have for these guys, and look at them. They're down there trying to show some enthusiasm on the sideline and get these guys fired up, and it's not an easy job. It's not an easy job. Got to stay patient, got to stay committed, and just try to instill the excitement and the work ethic into these young men.
Now, they really like their running back, Kinvondrick Shaw. His quarterback rolling right side, has a completion, and that is number 9, Morgan Spears. Spears on the season, only 35% completions, 1 touchdown, 6 interceptions. And I know the Scots, Coach, they're not going to be happy with basically any movement of the ball by Bryan Adams tonight. The Scots are looking for a really solid game by this defense, coming off what they did to a really quality team in Frisco Lone Star.
That's a quality opponent. I mean, and they just flat shut them down. But again, this is that, you want to see that same sort of enthusiasm tonight. It's hard, it's difficult, but the same sort of execution and enthusiasm tonight that you saw last week.
They give it to Kinvondrick Shaw, and he's got a first down left side. There's not many Bryan Adams Cougars fans here, but the ones that are excited about that play. Let's go ahead and set that Scott defense for the first time tonight. On the defensive line, it is Big Prince Dorba. 7 sacks already in 3 games this year for Highland Park. Jeremy Haynes is the nose guard. Big Jack Jergavan at the other end. Linebackers, you're going to have Colby Hopkins spin outside. He's going to get the start today with Cal Hershey. James Lightbourne inside. Chris Reed, the other outside backer. Hudson Clark. Whit Winfield at corner. Spears rolling right. Has a completion once again. Solid first down pickup. Secondary, Whit Winfield, Hudson Clark, who was the hero last week for Highland Park. Brock Bakich. Brock Bakich already has 2 interceptions on the year. And Ryan Caton at the other safety. And they're going to kick Prince off the field for not having the pads all the way over the knees. That's a real emphasis this year. And Grant Gallus comes on now. And Gallus not going to give those Bryan Adams Cougars a break. He's got 3 sacks already in 3 games.
That defensive line has been dominant so far this season.
Scott showing pressure. The snap is over Spears' head, and he will fall on the football back at the 32-yard line now. And talking to Sean Lawrence, Coach Cunningham, he knew they could not make those kind of mistakes this week if they wanted to hang with Highland Park.
When you can see Coach Lawrence, he is having to go all the way out to just about the hash mark to get the play in to the quarterback. Spears is having to run over to him, and it's just a different ball.
That's stuff that's taken care of on day 1 for Highland Park. Just getting the play into the huddle. And he told me that when he showed up at Bryan Adams, Coach Cunningham, they had no connection between the middle school and the high school. And that's something that, I was always impressed with at Highland Park. Okay, 7th grade, now you're starting to run the system. But that's across the board. That is really something that's no longer just the elite schools are doing or anything like that. And for head coach Sean Lawrence to have to show up and and have to figure out stuff like that. I mean, he's really starting from square one.
Yeah, that's extremely difficult. When you come on site and certainly there's no connection with the middle school level, I mean, you're really and truly starting at the very bottom and having to build a program. And, you know, it takes time. It takes time because you've got to get down to the middle school programs that feed this high school and really start to develop that system that you want in place. And certainly, you know, I know Coach Allen doesn't take that for granted. He does a great job of instilling his system at the middle school level early on, so these young men are so accustomed to it when they get to high school.
3rd down and 18. Another high snap goes over his head, and Spears lucky to fall on the ball as Prince Dorba was right there. Dorba had instant penetration. He might have had a sack on the play anyway.
But, you know, that's got to be frustrating to Coach Lawrence because, I mean, really, Bryan Adams had something going offensively. They had 2 positive pass plays, had a nice run play, and then, of course, 2 bad snaps.
Picked up a first down.
Yeah, that's what they cannot do. If they want to have any prayer of staying in this game whatsoever, that can't happen.
It's Case Savage and Finn Corwin standing at that classic DISD logo at midfield here at Forrester Stadium. Another high snap. Scots nearly blocked it. Christian Wright jumped. Great job by the punter that time to get away from Christian Wright and get the punt away. So the Scots will take over just on the other side of midfield. If you're Christian, next time maybe you just shoot your gun and tackle him.
No kidding. I think it threw him for a loop right there. But a good start for the Scots. Just what they needed. Get the football, score your opening possession, and then get a stop. And now they're at, you know, great field position here on their own 46-yard line.
$7:19 remaining here in the first quarter. It's 7-0 Scots as they throw it right side. And that is Case Savage crossing midfield all the way to the 40-yard line. Savage, a baseball player and a really good inside receiver. They have so much depth, 8 different guys that can really go at that wide receiver position.
Well, and Miles, I've said this for a long time, but what impresses me more than anything is the fact that all 8 of those guys will catch the football. And, you know, you even watch the Division I level and even the professional level, Miles.
I'm with you.
I mean, those guys cannot catch the ball consistently, but these Scots do.
Another screen pass, bubble. It's Case Savage on the edge. And I've kind of wondered, is it even a little bit of a challenge? Okay, you got 8 guys. You want to keep them all in rhythm. You want to throw them all the football. Now, they're saying, well, it's just a luxury. We can keep everybody fresh, but you still want to have everybody in a rhythm a little bit.
Absolutely, and you know all these young men want to be out on the field. So, yeah, you're looking
and
for a rhythm.
And they deserve to be.
That's exactly. They'd start for every other program in this district.
Absolutely. All 8 of them.
Boy, and Chandler is throwing BBs right now. Of course, he's just got all day.
Plenty of time for Morris as he wants to go deep, and there's a wide open Finn Corwin who does it again. All he does, Coach Cunningham,
it's catch touchdowns.
That's right.
That's it, baby. Well, I mean, right there, Chandler Morris, once again, the offensive line's doing a great job. And, you know, Bryan Adams tried to bring in a little bit of pressure right there up front, and just nothing happened. And that offensive line held up very well. And, of course, you know, we've said this for a long time, but when you give Chandler Morris that kind of time, look out. I don't care who you are, whether you're Bryan Adams or the best defense in the state of Texas, he's going to pick you apart. And that ball was thrown right on the money once again to Finn Corwin. And I got news for Bryan Adams' defense. If they're going to locate any receiver right now, I think I'd find 16.
Yeah, maybe. Wesley Winters has no problem tacking on the extra point, drilling it all the way back to our Game On Sports production truck, led by Fred Garner. As you get another look, great job by the offensive line. Plenty of time for Morris. Throwing an absolute strike. How about the arm talent on Mr. Morris? A lot's made of his legs, but he can spin it.
Well, he's a true dual threat quarterback, Miles. I mean, the kid can really run. Again, yeah, you mentioned he can really spin it. And the thing that I've been really impressed with as well is his accuracy. And there's a reason why he continues to pick up Division I offers, because of all 3 of those areas. And then when you couple all of that with his smarts, he's a very football savvy young man. I mean, I'll tell you, he's going to make for one heck of a college football player.
And I got to say this, Coach Cunningham, Chandler is a guy that just gets it in terms of being friendly with everyone around the program. You know, I live up in Denver. I hear a lot of stories about the way Peyton Manning handled everyone, not just the players in his offense. Everybody. If you're a new guy in the you know, even if you're a kicker, even if you're on defense, even if you're an usher or someone taking tickets, Peyton Manning would go out of his way to make you feel special, and Chandler Morris is one of those people. I mean, he comes up to me every time and says, hey, Miles, how are you doing? He doesn't have to do that, but he's a guy that just gets it, Coach Cunningham. He knows that it's good to have other people in your corner.
He's been raised well. He treats everybody with respect. He knows that he's a stud, but he doesn't act like it. And, oh, boy.
Ball's on the ground. Bryan Adams fortunate to fall on it there at the 25-yard line.
Just very humble, very respectful. He's, again, Mom and Dad have done a great job of raising a fine young man who's going to treat everybody with respect, and whether that's from Coach Allen to, like you mentioned, an usher or someone taking tickets to a couple of guys that call the football games up here like you and I. Just a great young man, very respectful. And you know what, Miles Dunklin, you could say the same for almost every one of these young men.
No doubt about it.
With the blue and gold on. They're just great young men. And, my time coaching there, I tell people all the time, there's such a negative stigma around the area, and there shouldn't be, because these guys are just phenomenal young men, and there's a reason why they win, and it's not just because of their athletic ability.
Well, they had more all-state academic players in any school in the state last year as well. That shouldn't surprise anyone that's been around Highland Park. I want to give a shout out to a couple former Scots.
Sure.
Paxton Alexander started last week for the Brown Bears.
Wow.
John Stephen Jones got in the game last week for Arkansas as a true freshman. We had Jackson Hubbard holding last week for Duke. Matt Gam got in the game last week for the Virginia Cavaliers. And we also had Jacob Urbanzik playing some snaps at ACU. None of this should surprise anyone that's been around any of those young men, but it's great to see them performing at the next level.
Doesn't surprise
immediately as well.
In meaningful games, absolutely.
That's Spears rolling left, throwing it seemingly to us. I don't know where that was intended.
That play was just broken from the get-go. It's obvious what they're trying to do in the passing game is get Spears outside of the pocket, try to create a little bit of leverage for him out there and find an open receiver. For the Scots defensively, Miles, you ask about keys. They need to tackle well tonight, even in space. Some of these Bryan Adams young men are going to have some speed and athletic ability. The Scotties need to tackle well this evening. In one-on-one situations, make sure you tackle.
Part of the advantage for the Scots tonight, Coach Cunningham, is going to be endurance and just the attrition that it's going to take on some of these young men for Bryan Adams. That they've got 5, 6, 7 kids starting both ways.
Well, and it's still humid out here. Yeah,
and that was intentional grounding going to be called there against Morgan Spears. It's very humid.
It is humid. Now, granted, the temperature is not near where it has been, but it is still humid. A lot of sweating going on. So, yeah, that's one thing to keep an eye on.
You see the versatility of Jack Jurgovan as they put him inside over the nose. Grant Gallus, who has been a man possessed here in 2018 into the game at end. They hand it off up the middle. Not going to get away from 49 Cal Hershey and 93 Jack Jurgovan, both very good players against the run. As you're getting some of your first looks at number 49 Cal Hershey. Got to see him at the sub-varsity level. Very good player. Also called up Patrick Turner, who is going to be a special outside linebacker. So look for Turner to maybe get some reps tonight.
Well, and what's interesting defensively is, again, all this movement. Of course, Hopkins going out to outside receiver, Hershey coming in and playing inside receiver. And, that's one thing to keep your eye on. And I know the Scots were anxious to see.
That hit Savage and thankfully rolled out of bounds. Of course, once the ball hits a returning player, it is a live ball and can be pounced on by Bryan Adams.
But a lot of the movement up front defensively, of course, you've got, all the depth at the defensive line, but more so at the linebacking position. Feels so bad for Bonnet. Feels so bad for that young man. What a season! What a season he was having, man.
Look, some of the stats that Andrew Bonnet had put up. 19 total tackles. He led the team in interceptions and tackle for loss.
What a great young man.
Only a junior.
That's tough, man. I feel for that young man. He was having a great season. That was in a non-contact injury. I was not there to see it, but really feel bad for Andrew. Great young man, and wish him all the best. 1st and 10
for the Scots as Kilgit snaps it back to Chandler Morris. Hand it to number 28, Avery Lewis, around the right side. And the reason why I brought up Avery Lewis being on the B team, Coach Cunningham, is I love to see these Scots, because I was a B team guy, and a lot of people say, well, I didn't make the A team my freshman year. I guess it's not meant for me. And here's a guy like Avery Lewis. Here he is starting at running back arguably the most competitive position on the field as a senior. It just shows that hard work pays off.
Absolutely.
As they do that mesh, roll the pocket left. And an open receiver there, couldn't haul it in over there, was Paxton Anderson.
You know, Miles, I've got story upon story upon story about young men who came through the program, even at the middle school level, who were on the B or C team, made their way through the program, stayed focused, kept working hard, maybe on the B team as a freshman. You know, again, maybe didn't truly get their opportunity to play any meaningful snaps on the varsity until, you know, their senior year. And then you look up and they're starting. They matured a little bit later, but they stayed the course. They continue to work hard and earn their stripes.
Wide open Finn Corwin over the middle, showing off what he can do after the catch. Corwin still on his feet all the way down to the 20-yard line. There is a flag down in the Scott backfield. Bryan Adams thinks it's against the Scots.
Yeah, I think they're going to get a hold on the Scotties.
Coach Cunningham, I want you to talk to the way the Scott position coaches. Interesting they get Harrison Hall there, considering the pocket was rolled far away from him. I have a hard time believing that he was guilty of a hold there. But tell me about how the Scott position coaches are going to aggressively coach this game in terms of their individual players and the technique they're using in this one.
Well, they want to see execution. I mean, obviously, and I've said that word many times, that's exactly what they want to see. They don't want to see drop balls. They don't want to see penalties. You know, they want to see execution. They want to make sure these guys remain focused.
Morris stepping up, was hit from behind. The ball's loose and incomplete. Credit right there to Bryan Adams. They got home on the right side, brought the blitz, and they're going to make the Scots punt it away here on 4th down.
Yeah, and give credit to Bryan Adams right there. As you mentioned, they brought pressure. They did exactly what they needed to do. They took advantage of the penalty there on the holding call. Certainly Corwin had picked up the first down on that play, and then they bring him back, and then they get the big sack right there. And frankly, the Scots are fortunate that ball was not stripped out of there and called a fumble.
So Andrew Stanzel is back to punt it away. Good deep snap there by Kip Miller. Plenty of time for Stanzel. It's off the right side of his foot. And into the Bryan Adams bench. We apologize if you hear all that banging. We got some Bryan Adams fan beneath us that just, guess the way to support the team is to shake the bleachers here at Forrester Stadium as much as possible. But I was talking with a couple of the younger guys, in particular Henry Hagenbach last night during the JV games, and they were saying, man, we know we're going to be in for a long film session on Saturday morning, that these coaches are going to make sure that any mistake, even if it's a little thing, even if it's a technique, detail-oriented, this is these coaches' opportunity to really get after these guys on some of the details.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I was referring to earlier. You don't want these guys to, you know, mentally, physically let off the gas at all, depending upon who the opponent is.
They hand it to Shaw, right side, flag is down. Dorba going to hit him in the backfield.
Well,
looks like this will be a hold.
Dorba was getting held, and he still went out and made the play. I mean, that was an obvious hold. I would imagine Coach Allen will.
Prince Dorba had 5 sacks against Horn. You know, one of the best prospects they've ever had here at Highland Park, and Prince Dorba, dating back to a guy like a Matt Stafford. And Dorba just continues to show why that hype is deserved.
Well, you know, I say unfortunate, but since he's not in a quote-unquote high-profile position like Stafford was in, he may not be getting the type of buzz he deserves, but he is getting the buzz from the Division I.
How about an offer from Nick Saban in Alabama?
Wow.
Is that validation?
How about that? That's stout. That's stout. He's not going to just, you know, hand out those offers to just anybody.
That is intercepted by Whit Winfield on the far side off the deflection. Whit there to pick it off, and Winfield, the guy who sees a lot of action playing on the opposite side of Hudson Clark, able to answer the bell that time, come away with the interception, put that one in the turnover bucket.
Well, a great job of concentration right there by Winfield. A ball that sailed on Spears just a little bit.
Just a great concentration, man. That just a half a second when that ball is in the air. Had a good conversation with Juan Thrasher, the Scots' new cornerback coach. Said, Witt's got that swagger you like at corner. Got to have a little DB swag. It's a tough position to play as they throw it back here to Avery Lewis. He's got a convoy out in front. Plenty of blockers. Reagan Riddle leading the way. Touchdown, Highland Park. How about the big man, Reagan Riddle, nearly 300 pounds, running out in front of Avery Lewis.
Wow, what an outstanding play call right there by Coach Allen, and incredible execution there by the Scots. Those big fellas up front, they got out there, and Reagan got down the field, and I'll tell you what, man, they just
how'd you like to be a defensive back seeing 76 run at you?
I wouldn't feel real good about myself. And Reagan's a guy that's very athletic for an offensive lineman. Again, Rice loves what they see in that young man. And good for Avery Lewis right there, taking that ball to the house. And you could see that burst of speed that he possesses as well.
3 touchdown passes already for Chandler Morris, who is the area's second leading passer. Now, that's only by volume because there were a couple people that played last night. But he is first in passing yards per game at 293. That might be the easiest touchdown pass Chandler throws all season.
That's one of those as a quarterback, you like to see it because it didn't take a whole lot of effort, but great execution. You pick up a lot of yardage as a QB. I'm sure Chandler appreciates what Avery and that O-line did right there for him.
So far,
padding those stats, baby.
Coach Cunningham, no rain or lightning here.
I hope that didn't just
knock on wood.
There you go.
Tell me about Hudson Clark. Coach Cunningham stepping in there last week, hadn't kicked a field goal in his varsity career until a pretty big moment there to end the game.
Well, that just goes to show the type of stud that he is. He's just a gutsy young man that he welcomes that type of competition and that type of pressure, and he stepped up and just nailed it. I'm not going to necessarily say it was a thing of beauty, but you know what? It went through the uprights.
All looks the same in the newspaper in the morning.
Oh, boy.
Ball is on the ground. Scots think they have it. That was kind of that typical, okay, second baseman's going out, center fielder's coming in. You want the guy that's coming in on the ball to be able to make the play. In that case, it'd be, you know, the center fielder.
Absolutely.
And you got to stay away from that one if you're the second baseman.
Yeah, you need that deeper guy to come up and call him off and make the play right there. That's a tough play for those up men.
First career start here for Cal Hershey at inside linebacker. You look around the rest of this defense, though, there's so much experience.
Yeah.
Eric Cunningham.
Got guys that were out in AT&T Stadium playing for a state championship are out on the field right now.
I mean, Bakich and Hershey are the only two guys as Bakich going to come up and make a play right there, and he is a player, by the way.
He's a heck of an athlete.
But those are the only two guys that didn't play last year on this defense, and that's just not typically the case at Highland Park.
Well, they're doing exactly what they were hyped up to do, and just fly around, make plays, a lot of experience, a lot of physicality, a lot of speed in the secondary.
I guess you could put Chris Reed in that same conversation as well, but
well, I just don't see any weaknesses.
8 guys.
I don't see any weaknesses. I think the biggest concern coming into the season, Miles, was that outside backer. Certainly, those two guys were just executing perfectly, you know, early in the season, and then of course Bonnet goes down. Hate to see that, but what a luxury to be able to slide over Hopkins into that outside backer position and then slide two guys in at inside backer that, you know, again, very talented.
James Lightbourne was a starter a year ago.
Absolutely.
And Hopkins, a very versatile player. He's fast, plays safety during 7-on-7, so he's a guy that can really cover. He's one of the best blitzers they've ever had. Really good getting downhill. Speaking of getting downhill, James Lightbourne nearly took the handoff away from Morgan Spears.
Well, it's so good to see Lightbourne back out there after the tough injury he had last year. Man, he shot through there like a cannon, comes up, and that's the tackling I'm talking about, just executing your tackling. And Lightbourne, man, he's a heck of a player, a guy that was really having a great playoff run last year for the Scots before he was injured. But he has come back with a vengeance this year and had a great season.
Real big and strong in there on the inside. 3rd down and 9. After the loss, Spears rolling right. Flag is down. They throw it that way. Nearly picked by Whit Winfield, who's fired up on this night. Early indication is this one is against Bryan Adams, and the Scots will decline. Back to Colby Hopkins, Coach Cunningham. Multi-time All-American wrestler, Greco-Roman, and traditional. Also a state champion wrestler. And this is a guy atypical of these typical Highland Park football players. He's in the musicals. In the offseason, a very multifaceted individual. Tells me he also does some modeling. I mean, he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. He just loved the fact that these young men are involved in so much.
Nearly blocked that one again. It was Brock Bakich in there. Scott seemed to get away from it. And it will be down there at the 40-yard line. Any place right now you can nitpick on this Scott team. They have been dominant so far here in the first quarter. It's 21-0. Scots, 1:30 remaining.
No, to be honest with you, there's really not. I mean, of course, had the one holding penalty, but I mean, look, it's 21-0. They're doing exactly what they were coached to do. And at some point, certainly, we're going to see some guys that typically are not out there early in a game getting some playing time. But still, Coach Allen, we've got to get these young guys, the time they need for execution. Oh,
that one's a little high. Looking over there for Ben Smith.
And we talked about this last year, but Coach Allen, it's a tough one because he has never ever been the type of coach to run the score up on anybody.
No.
But he knows that these young men, these starters, need to go out there and they need to execute and they need to get plenty of playing time in because these are the guys that are, ultimately going to be out there in crunch time for you.
Absolutely. I mean, you gotta let your number one guys get out there and get reps, get better. Tons of cushion over here for Drew Scott, trying to cut it back to the inside, make a play, and drags the defender across the marker for a 1st down.
Well, Ben Smith, he was on a hunt for try to lay a block there for Drew. Great hands there by 7. And I'll tell you what, I've been impressed with just the physicality by these two outside receivers.
Yep. Drew Dodge as well, the Drews, as they call them. And they hand it off there on the draw to Avery Lewis. Now, Lewis broke free, but the whistle was already blown. I don't think that really forward progress was stopped right there, Coach Cunningham.
Quick whistle there by Grady.
Very quick whistle.
So Avery was thinking, whoa, what's going on here?
Hey, look at that one on film. He's going to say, don't count me for a tackle for loss on that one. I was going to pick up some yardage. And it's going to be encroachment against Bryan Adams here. 25 seconds left here in the first quarter of play from Forrester Stadium. Scots and Cougars. HP leading right now in total yards, 168-2. 7 first downs for the Scots. Chandler Morris, 8 for 11, 151, 3 touchdowns. They throw it left side, too tall for Ben Smith. And Chandler, I know, wants to execute a little better on those throws. He's a perfectionist, though, as any good quarterback here at Highland Park would be.
Yeah, timing was a little disrupted right there, and the ball just sailed on Chandler just a little bit. And as you can see, nobody's going to beat themselves up more than Chandler. He is certainly a perfectionist and wants to put every one of those throws right on the money.
Not a lot of folks here at Bryan Adams, but making a good amount of noise. as they have the screen set up, and it's knocked down. Nice play in there by Ethan Walters. And that will be the last play of the first quarter. We're going to take a quick break. Be back for the second quarter. You're watching Highland Park football presented by Game On Sports.
The customer service is really unparalleled. I've never seen anything like it with any other company.
The emblem, it just says a lot. It means, hey, I bought from Sewell.
They listened to what I had to say and actually cared about my experience.
Every once in a while, you want to be spoiled, and Sewell does that.
It's not just a transaction. That's the thing about Sewell.
I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac or SewellCadillac.com.
We're back here at Forrester Stadium. Scots forced to punt it again, Coach Cunningham. Second punt of the night will be Chandler Morris here out of the two-back set. Good spiraling kick there by Chandler. Takes a friendly Bryan Adams bounce out of bounds. Got to tip your cap there to the Bryan Adams defense, getting a second stop here in the first half.
Yeah, got to give credit right there. That's got to get good stop right there by Bryan Adams. And again, Miles, these young men are playing hard.
First and 10 here for the Cougars. Scott's still in there, 3-4 defense, bringing the heat off the edge, and he will go down. That was Chris Reed, who's been very good here in the early going in 2018, as well as Prince Dorbeck.
Well, we talked about Andrew Bonnet and the unfortunate injury and the type of season he's had, but I'm going to tell you what, Chris Reed has been outstanding as well. Both of these outside backers have really played well early in the season in one, in my opinion, the toughest position in this defensive scheme. Chris Reed came off the edge right there like a bolt of lightning, got the big sack with a little help from 32 as well.
Chris Reed on the season, that was his 4th sack. Came into last week leading the Scots in tackles through 2 games. 21 total tackles on the year, 11 solos. Second down and long, rolling right, trying to get rid of it and heaving it out of bounds is Morgan Spears. Spears took a hit over there from Lightbourne, who's trying to help him up. Coach, doesn't matter the venue or the weather, Scott Band and Bells doing a great job bringing the noise over there.
They travel well, don't they? I'll tell you what, they're just, number one, very talented. Number two, very supportive of this team. And they're led very, very well, both groups.
Couple subs in the game. Ryan Keaton is out. Christopher Herod, 43, is in at safety. Herod, a guy that's played a little bit over the last 2 years, and they trust a lot. They can play him at corner or safety. As it has started to rain here at Forrester Stadium. Now, I can't feel it, but you can see all the umbrellas going up in a hurry.
Well, you can feel that breeze.
And the wind is coming in. As once again, they have put us outside here at Bryan Adams. I'm not quite sure why, as the press box was almost completely empty, but they told us that they had no room for us. They couldn't find 2 seats for myself and Eric Cunningham up here, so we are exposed to the elements as well, and all my stats, everything trying to blow away from me up here.
It's gonna be a doozy up here, I'll tell you. I can feel it. Here we go, baby. Miles, I'm blaming this one on you.
Yeah?
You spoke a little too soon, didn't you?
Scots might have blocked that.
Oh, man.
As it comes off the foot to the right, HP's going to take over, I believe, at the 19-yard line. As more rain continues to fall here at Forrester Stadium. Yeah, Coach Cunningham, get that pizza under the tent. All right. So Scots will take over at the 19-yard line. So now we have the whole community here at Bryan Adams trying to get inside our tent, Coach Cunningham. They didn't have any room for us in the press box, but they're gonna jump in our tent. Throw it right side. That's Finn Corwin at the 15. Took a face mask, still on his feet. Corwin at the 10. Trying to get in the end zone. Touchdown, Finn Corwin. His third touchdown here in the first half.
A great move right there by Finn Corwin. Outstanding job catching the football, number one, in the really, really difficult elements. And then finding his way to the end zone. Great job of blocking downfield. I believe that may have been Drew Dodge blocking downfield for him.
Great job by Corwin, staying on his feet there through early contact. 10 minutes remaining here in the second quarter. It's now 27-0, Highland Park lead. Deep snap by Kip Miller is good. The hold by Corwin is true. And Wesley Winters makes it 28-0. And Coach Cunningham, it was Finn Corwin that had the hold on that field goal last week. And look at the effort here by Finn. No call on the face mask. Great block there by Grant McVeigh, as well as Caden Davis downfield there, number 81. Who, if you ask the Scots who's the fastest player on the team, well, they'll say, if it's a 40-yard dash, it's Hunter Heath. Anything past that, it's Caden Davis. He is a 400-meter and 800-meter star on the track team, number 81. As it is pouring down rain here at Forrester Stadium. It's interesting, Coach Cunningham, the Scots made every effort to try and get Bryan Adams to play this game at Highlander Stadium last night, and they just would not hear it.
I'll tell you what, Miles, these young men playing this game, I guarantee you, this is fun.
Great effort there by the Scots. They're going to pin him inside the 5 on the kick return. Great job right there by Gus Vincent.
Yeah, this is fun. These young men, as long as it's not lightning, this is a blast. These
for them,
go out and play in the rain. For them, it's a blast. For us, not so much.
How about from the play-by-play man's perspective?
No.
Not as good. And let's head down to Paige Schnorbach for the first time. How's the weather down there, Paige? You staying dry?
Miles, you know, I'm trying. I can see all across the field. They're under your pretty tent, but I'm surviving and under umbrella. Obviously, the concern is here, and I can hear the coach telling their players is ball security. Wet field equals a wet football, and sometimes that can be hard to control. But other than that, like Eric just said, as long as there's no lightning, this is the kind of game that makes for great memories and is fun for these boys to play. Back to y'all.
Thank you, Paige. A couple new players in the game. You got number 27, Jack Ham, in there at outside linebacker. Sam Sloan has checked in at corner, and boy, how impressive was Sam in week 1 against Rockwall when he had to get out there. Student body president, track guy as well. But
going up against an unbelievably talented receiving corps in Rockwall, he did an outstanding job, Miles.
Andrew Washburn has checked in at nose guard, a big body. And I imagine this is going to be, well, this is a Bryan Adams timeout.
Yeah, they are not.
I'm waiting for the lightning delay.
Well, first of all, they're going into a pretty stiff breeze. They're backed up on their own 3-yard line, going into a stiff breeze, course of driving rain. It's a really difficult situation here for Bryan Adams. Got to give credit to Fred Garner, our fearless producer, who was able to get this tent set up for us, Miles. If not, we'd be in serious shape right now, my friend.
So, well, once again, they would not let us in the press box here at Bryan Adams, and I'm not quite understanding why, because it's pretty much vacant up there. But they said they didn't have any room for us, so we are in the elements among the people here at Bryan Adams. A couple other guys that just got out there. Number 36, Spencer Borrego. Coach Cunningham, a guy they used a little bit last year. They like him as a run stopper, converted from outside linebacker. So the 3 down linemen right now, Borrego, Gallus, and Washburn. Washburn's a player they feel like he can make an impact for them in the run game.
Wow.
And are they going to have a safety here?
No, he let him out, but I'm going to tell you what.
Just barely. Gallus really wanted it.
Heck of a play by Gallus.
As the rain is steadily pouring down on us. Boy, Gallus, I thought he had him in there for a safety.
Too. Well, Miles, here's what's interesting.
Kinvondrick Shaw, and now it's going to be right at the goal line.
If it's just raining, and I say just, I mean, it's an absolute downpour, but if it's just doing this, they'll play. As long as it's
3
not
more
lightning.
quarters, because there's only 9:20 still on the clock here in the second quarter.
Now,
there's a lot of football
well,
left to
I will
play.
say, I have seen them call it at times at the half or maybe at the quarter if it's just too bad. Tackle, good.
All my notes and materials up here getting soaked. Trying to keep our production equipment out of the rain.
You see us right here? Hey.
Yeah, that's us on camera. Good looking man here to my right.
Got our crew here with us.
Yeah, we got a bunch of Bryan Adams fans hanging out as well.
Oh.
Right, snap is high on the ground. That's a safety.
Maybe a touchdown, Miles Dunklin.
That's a safety.
Yep, that's
touchdown.
a touchdown.
Touchdown, yep. Scots. Colby Hopkins got on the football.
Wow. A great job. You know, and unfortunately just saw that coming. Had a tough time with the exchange all night, of course, with the wetness. Feel bad for the Cougars right now. They were in a really difficult situation right there, backed up, you know, inside their 5-yard line.
Scott's running their kicking unit out here. Going to get Haynes in position for Wesley Winters. And Winters boots it through with no problem. Coach Cunningham, what are you looking for as the ball is going to get away here from Spears? It's loose, and look at Colby Hopkins get on the ball.
Pouncing on it, that's right. Guys getting after it down there. Certainly those defensive guys are always looking for an opportunity to score a touchdown and get their name in the paper. A great job there by Hopkins. Well, you mentioned his speed earlier, Miles. That's what I've been most impressed with. That, certainly his versatility is impressive, but his speed. I mean, the kid can really, really run. And, you talked earlier about the fact that in 7-on-7, which is a very up-tempo, high-paced situation, he's out there playing safety. What a luxury to bring a kid that has the ability to play safety in 7-on-7 down to play outside linebacker, and a kid that can, stick his nose up in the line of scrimmage and handle those offensive linemen. He's got that type of not just speed, but also strength as well.
And a lot of experience for Colby. He's been up on varsity since his sophomore year, and as a freshman, he was one of the freshmen they had traveling with the varsity, so a guy that's been around it for a long time. As Winters two-steps it, about 5 yards out of the end zone. Got to get north and south if you're Bryan Adams here. They got pinned into the 5-yard line last time. Probably not going to take one to the house. You just got to be able to try and get your team some breathing room.
Get what you can, absolutely. Quit. You're not going to outrun the Scott team either. Certainly there is some athletic ability over on the side of Bryan Adams, but the Scots can really run as well, and they're able to track them down.
Couple new players in the game. Gus Vincent has checked in, number 98, a good junior. Also have number 20 in there at inside backer. And that's Patrick Turner. That's the junior call-up. or sophomore call-up, rather. And that is Bryan Adams' final timeout. They've taken here with 8 minutes left here in the second quarter.
Rain has let up, huh? Had a little shower come through.
We got some. As you can see, we've drawn. We're quite popular here at Forrester Stadium, Coach Cunningham.
Drawn a crowd here, hadn't we?
I've called a few games in worse circumstances.
I'm sure you have, brother.
Done a few of these. They've got Shaw taking the direct snap, trying the left side. You can hear the pads popping from all the way up here. Scots laid a pretty good lick there. McLean Motter has checked in. Senior number 97, big and strong.
Well, I'll tell you what, Motter just laid an absolute lick right there. Great job. And you can see now the Scott coaching staff understands that, hey, let's get these, 2s and 3s in there right now. Certainly you don't want to risk any sort of injury whatsoever. This game is well out of hand at 35-0 with still 7:18 to go in the second quarter, and they've already got some bodies in there that haven't seen a lot of playing time, and that's nice to see.
Ford Parker has checked in at safety. The Scots only have 8 defensive backs on the varsity, if you can believe that. Shaw trying the right side. Not going to get away from Patrick Turner, the sophomore. And he is good looking. I saw Turner last night at the JV game, and he has got some shoulders on him, number 20.
He's a good-looking athlete. It is not common as a sophomore to be playing up here on Friday nights with the varsity for Highland Park Scots. And I'm going to tell you what, he's going to be one heck of a player for the Scotties over the next few years.
In that category recently has been, as there's a horn going off here.
Lightning.
And that's a lightning delay. So they're going to send everybody off the field. So we'll try and get back here in 30 minutes, because that's how it works here with UIL. Every lightning strike means a 30-minute delay. Your thoughts, Coach Cunningham? It's 35-0 Scots here with 6:20 remaining here in the second quarter.
Well, the Scots did exactly what they needed to do, is come out here and execute early in this football game, build a lead, and then allow these young men that are your 2s and 3 deep players to get out there and get some playing time. Again, didn't want to risk any further injury. Came out here, take care of business, execute, and it may turn into be a long night, Miles Dunklin.
That's why they started it an hour and a half early, as we are in our first lightning delay here at Forrester Stadium, with the Scots leading 35-0 here against the Bryan Adams Cougars. We're going to take a break and be back whenever football is back here at Forrester Stadium. You're watching Scott football presented by Game On Sports.
got to move inside somewhere, either inside your ring or into the gym. You can't hang out here.
What about under this metal plate?
Welcome back here to Forrester Stadium, Dallas ISD. We've just sat through 3 hours of lightning delays here at Forrester. I am Miles Dunklin, and it has been a mess of a night here in Dallas. Scots and Cougars 35-0. Scots lead it right now as the Cougars have their ball on their own 22-yard line. We don't have cameras right now, so I'm just doing radio-style play-by-play. As the Scots are on defense right now, Bryan Adams with the football, trailing by 35 points. 4 minutes, 50 seconds remaining here in the first half as we've, like I said, sat through 3 hours of rain delay. Flag is down here against Bryan Adams. 35-0 is the score. Recap some of the action so far. Scots had a couple touchdown passes to Finn Corwin. Screen pass score by Avery Lewis. Colby Hopkins fell on a football in the Bryan Adams end zone for a defensive touchdown. Scots thoroughly outgaining Bryan Adams in terms of total yards, but Adams with a couple first downs in this game, especially one here on that last series. Still got flood warnings and lightning around the area, but not here at Forrester Stadium. As they try Kinvondrick Shaw on the right side. Shaw, pretty good ball player. Doesn't have a whole lot of help around it. When I talked to head coach Sean Lawrence this week, gave me about 25 minutes on the phone, said that Adams only had 19 kids go out for football last year as freshmen, so not a lot of participation. Contrast that with the Scots, who have nearly 100 go out just about every single season. Let me reset who's out there right now for Highland Park. Got Andrew Washburn in there at nose guard, Grant Gallus, as well as Spencer Borrego. In the secondary, Sam Sloan and Christian Wright. Ryan Keaton, one of the lone starters still in the lineup out there at safety with Christopher Herod next to him. 3rd down and 9. This is Morgan Spears rolling left, throwing deep. Crowd of Scots as it's deflected. He was looking for number 17, Jaquan Bell. That was 3rd down and long. Then I'll make it 4th down and 17 upcoming here. Like I said, Scots lead it here 35-0. First game of district play here in 2018. And I understand we have video back here with this Town and Game On Sports Productions crew that's been working hard throughout this rainstorm as we see Finn Corwin scoring a touchdown there. Punted away. It is Corwin coming up. Tell his guys to get away from the football. Peter. And the Scots will down it there at the 38-yard line. Rather, that's Bryan Adams downing it at the 38. And that's where the Scots will take over with the football. It's been Chandler Morris the length of the way so far for Highland Park. You see some of those first half highlights, first quarter highlights. There's Avery Lewis on the screen. Look at big Reagan Riddle out in front blocking. Nice block by Drew Dodge. It's Riddle able to get somebody on the ground to end that play. And we'll see Chandler Morris come out once again with the Scott offense. Paxton Anderson wide to the left. Hunter Heath and Bennett Brown, 2 guys playing in the backfield for the first time this year alongside Morris. And they hand it to Hunter Heath, trying the right side. His first carry of 2018. Look at him go. A track star is Hunter Heath. And Heath all the way inside the 20-yard line down to the 11. Goes Hunter Heath, a really fast young player. Been excited to see Hunter get out there, dominated at the sub-varsity level. Heath just listed at 5'6", 145. And Bennett Brown, who's quarterback for Highland Park and a wide receiver, getting some action at running back this week. For running back coach Ryan Gibbs, as it's Brown trying the left side, trying to bounce it outside, breaking a tackle there at the 10, still on his feet inside the 5, pushing the pile to the 3-yard line. Bennett Brown spent his career as a quarterback, kicked out to wide receiver, where he's played each of the last 2 years. And now the Scots looking for a shot in the arm at that running back position with Benner Page out this week, getting Bennett Brown some run at running back. He knows all the plays as he's played both quarterback and wide receiver. Willing blocker. And there with Hunter Heath and Chandler Morris in the backfield, the give is to Heath. Bouncing it outside, and he will be dropped for a loss. That's Zachy Henderson making the play. Good chat with Ryan Gibbs. They feel really good about what both Hunter Heath and Bennett Brown can do in the backfield. Heath, an absolute burner, fastest guy on the team, maybe within a 40-yard area. Once again, it's Paxton Anderson wide to the left with Heath and Brown in the backfield. Throwing right side, that's caught at the goal line just shy. That will be a Scott first down, as it was 3rd down and 4 there from about the 6-yard line. Catch made there by Grant McVeigh. It's McVeigh and Caden Davis wide to the right. They hand it off up the gut, but it's a legal procedure here against Highland Park. Speaking of fast players on this team, Caden Davis is a 400-meter, 800-meter star. Coach Gibbs told me if you put Hunter Heath in, well, Hunter Heath would beat him to the 50, but it would be Caden Davis's race after that. So some of the fastest players on this Scott team out there right now. Only 4 seconds remaining here in the first half. Or do they call that a touchdown? Well, they put 6 points on the board just to throw off your play-by-play man here. And now they take those points off the board. It has been a messy night here at Forrester Stadium. A lot of credit goes to our talented Game On Sports Productions crew. Captained by Fred Garner, trying to keep everything together tonight, keep all our equipment dry. A little confused about the timing on the clock right now. They only show 4 seconds. Having some scoreboard issues right now. As Morris throwing left side, and that is caught in the end zone for a Scott touchdown. Grant McVeigh, as the horn blows to end the first half. Grant McVeigh with his 2nd catch of the year. Had a really clutch grab late in the game against Rockwall, and there he is getting on the board. Chandler Morris throwing his 4th touchdown of the game and 10th of the year. Morris, who leads the area in passing yards per game. This is Wesley Winters on for the extra point. Still perfect on point after attempts this year. Good snap by Kip Miller, hold there by Finn Corwin, and the extra point is true. Now 16 for 16 on the season is Wesley Winters, talented junior kicker. Scots just continue to reload at that position. Put Jackson Hubbard to Duke 2 years ago, Mateo Cordray to Army last year, and then here's another talented junior in Wesley Winters. Folks at Bryan Adams did not have us in the press box for the first half, so we were out there getting wet. Pretty much lost all my prep in terms of all my stats, everything I printed out, everything got soaked. So working with what we got here in the second half. We've also lost our color man, Eric Cunningham. Weren't sure this game was ever going to resume. The other option was to start at 3 p.m. tomorrow, Saturday, the 21st. Or reschedule this one for October the 5th when both teams have a bye week. So we're glad they are back underway here at Forrester Stadium. Fans have both gone home. The Bells actually had a nice performance in the gym where everybody was waiting around. And then they went home. So now it's pretty much just us and some parents left here at Forrester Stadium. It's both Hudson Clark and Wesley Winters approaching the ball, and it'll be Clark pooching it left side, fielded at the 25-yard line. Nice contain there by Herod, and it will be Christopher Herod tracking him down from behind and making the play. 43 there for the Scots. Cale Melton looking forward to getting some different players out there. Bryce Anderson, number 90, went down last week against Lone Star, but good to see him back out on the field. Also see number 37, that's Jack Sitzer, and they're at outside backer. Brock Bakich is going to stay on the field at safety right now alongside Christopher Herod. Sam Sloan and Christian Wright are the corners. First down and 10 here for Bryan Adams. Quarterback Morgan Spears. And they hand it off. That's Ken Bondrick. Shaw going nowhere. In fact, the opposite direction. And there on the play that time, big number 95. for the Scots. It's Braden DeFeo. Talked with defensive line coach Bobby Leidner about DeFeo. Said he's a really hard-working kid. Christian Wright lined up a corner here on the near side. The lone junior in the secondary this year for the Scots. They only have 8 secondary members, Juan Thrasher told me. Instant pressure that time. That's Harris Fepperman, number 40, and he's going to get the sack for HP. As the Scots are getting some different guys out there that we have not seen so far this year. Defensive line right now for D-line coach Bobby Leidner. See Spencer Borrego out there, converted linebacker. McLean Motter and Braden DeFeo as they throw it left side. That is caught in space. Bryce Anderson making a nice play, number 90, as well as number 20. That's Patrick Turner. And Turner is the JV call-up. Got the nod this week, just a sophomore. Really good-looking kid. Strong, very athletic. Saw him last night at the JV game. He is a big kid for a sophomore. It's 4th down and very long here for Bryan Adams. As they'll be forced to punt it away. The ball's on the ground now. He wants to get up and run with it. Great contain out there by Sam Sloan. Be forced to punt it away. Takes a good Bryan Adams bounce, and Finn Corbin will let it roll to the 33-yard line. That's where the Scots will take over. See if they run Chandler Morris out there for one more drive. As they do correct the clock here. I've not been given any kind of understanding on exactly what they're going to do here. If it's a running clock, 8-minute quarters, whatever. We're just going to let the clock run, I'm told. As number 2, Nick Morris takes the field for Highland Park. First time it's somebody other than Chandler Morris this year for HP. And there you get to see Hunter Heath get into the open field. Look at him go. Hunter Heath across midfield has a Scott first down and more. And I have been very excited to see this young man get a chance at the varsity level. Coach Ryan Gibbs told me they were excited to see him out there. And you can see why. Adds another dimension. Just has an extra gear. Not the biggest guy, but really fast, explosive. They hand it off up the gut. Some good running room that time. Nice job by the big guys up front. As there you see Andrew O'Brien with some running room. O'Brien, a 6'1" senior. Some new players into the game as well. Paget Deal is wide to the right for Highland Park, as well as Grant McVeigh. Also have number 86, Jake Walsh, checking in at the top of your screen. And there's an injured Cougar down at the 33-yard line. Cougars are very thin to begin with. Just don't have a lot of participation right now at Bryan Adams. And I'm told that Paige Schnorbach is back with us on the sideline. Paige, 3-hour lightning delay. Pretty interesting night here at Forrester Stadium.
Miles, this has been a night. We waited for, close to 2.5 hours before we could come out here, and we were just stuck in the truck. I can't imagine the atmosphere where the boys were waiting in the gym. I'm sure they were having a good time, but out here, it is such a different atmosphere than when we started this game. There were bands, there were cheerleaders, and now it's just a few Highland Park parents left, and pretty much no Adams parents, it doesn't look like. And it's always interesting when it's this kind of game. It feels very peaceful. The boys are just out there kind of having fun and playing because that's all there's left to do. But it is funny to me to be at a game that's so quiet that I can hear the opposing coach yell from where I'm standing.
As Andrew O'Brien carries a couple Cougar tacklers. There's a word page short up on the far sideline. Have some new players in on the offensive line as well for HP. For 56, Hudson Satanga. I talked to offensive line coach James Farnsley about a couple of these guys. Brister Concert out there. Really hard workers. You get a look at Hunter Heath. Look at him go. The jitterbug is he's still on his feet inside the 5. Touchdown, Scots. What a run there by Hunter Heath, and you get to see why Scott fans are so excited about his potential. Seen him on kickoff returns a little bit this year for the Scots, but first carry on that last series. And you see why they are excited about what he can do. That will make it 48-0 Scots. 3:25 remaining here in just the second quarter. As we are now across the 10 o'clock hour. Nice deep snap there by Kip Miller. And Wesley Winters makes it 49-0. Paige tells me we're in the third quarter. I really have no idea. Okay, third quarter it is. Once again, a lot of thanks to our talented Game On Sports Productions crew running around, guys like Cookie and Tim, doing everything they can to keep our equipment dry. Silviano, trying to bring you the sights and sounds best we can here from Forrester Stadium. Paige, what's the tone down like down there on the Scots sideline right now? All right, can't hear Paige. That's Wesley Winters ready to kick it deep. He's got a great live leg on that junior. It's Shaw, number 2, trying to return it here for the Cougars. To a host of Scots there at midfield. Did some quality bonding time with our crew over those last 3 hours, stuck in that small little box down there. So Paige, what's the tone like down there on the Scots sideline right now?
You know, Miles, it feels, instead of just a real game, it feels much more just like guys out here having fun. There's no one left to cheer for. The game clock is just running. And it's just, they've been waiting to play this for 2 hours. So it's silent. No one's too excited. Everyone's pretty laid back. But I think they're enjoying just getting out there and to compete finally.
A lot of these guys seeing their first action of the season. 29, Brent Brock checking in. Jack Sitzer out there. Number 42, Charlie Kraft into the lineup. Secondary right now, it's Herod, Parker, Sloan, and Wright. 2nd and 7 here for Bryan Adams. 30 seconds left in the quarter. Throw it right side. That was deflected, nearly intercepted by Sam Sloan. Nice job on the deflection. I believe that was Patrick Turner, number 20, getting his first varsity action. Great job on the replay by our crew. That was Turner out there on the deflection. And Sam Sloan, student body president at Highland Park, nearly had the pick. And another horn is blowing. I'm not sure if this is the end of a quarter, if this is a lightning delay, and I fear it's a lightning delay. And I think at this point, that might be it, folks. I mean, it's officially a lightning delay. Ooh. We were back for about 15 minutes with a 3-hour hiatus. And now it will be Sean Lawrence and Randy Allen meeting there at about the 33-yard line, trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do here. You imagine for the safety of the players involved that they wouldn't want to play any more football tonight after another delay. The other play tomorrow at 3 p.m. So Coach Allen and hands, that might be it. But for now, I am going to sign off, and we'll come back with an update one way or the other as you're watching Scott football presented by Game On Sports.
When I think Lexus, I automatically think Sewell.
When I look at a license plate that says just Lexus, I'm like, oh, that's good for you. When I see a Sewell on it, I'm like, you know what I know.
I show up and I have my crew with me. They acknowledge me and they acknowledge my children, maybe give them a high five.
You get more than you expect. You get the wow factor at Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and L-certified Lexus vehicles at Sewell Lexus.
The customer service is really unparalleled. I've never seen anything like it with any other company.
The emblem, it just says a lot. It means, hey, I bought from Sewell.
They listened to what I had to say and actually cared about my experience.
Every once in a while, you want to be spoiled, and Sewell does that.
It's not just a transaction. That's the thing about Sewell.
I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Infinity.
right where it belongs.
Go! Core went to the end zone. Touchdown, Scott! He's got a receiver. It's caught by